Good evening, everyone. Apologies for the late start today. I was the one cooking dinner tonight, so as you might imagine, things took a bit longer than usual. I trust we are all doing fine today. Oh, I'm losing my voice already. I've only just started. Right, so where are we? What are we up to? What have you been doing? Well, why don't we start off by wishing Claire a happy birthday for yesterday. We had a day off yesterday as it was her birthday. I won't say how old she is because she'll probably slap me, but let's just say this is another 21st birthday and she's had quite a few of them. Thank you, Delta. Claire was joking yesterday, actually, that I should just go and buy like a 4-poster bed asset and just stick it in the quarters. I might actually just go ahead and do that. So other than partying and playing pool and that sort of thing, what have we been up to? Well, I've been ruminating over the ceilings and having a bit of an existential crisis over it. Because what I wanted to do was maybe give the ceiling panels... I'm going to get rid of this floor because it's going to keep getting in my way. Give the ceiling panels a bit of a wooden trim, just to kind of mirror the trim at the bottom. Then I didn't like the fact that you had wooden trim this side, but not this side. So I thought, well, why don't I cut this off and have a wooden trim both sides? Which kind of looked okay, but then this panel looked a bit weird. And then we end up with situations like we'd have to kind of cut into this bit to create a bit of a wooden trim here, which would look weird for this panel. And then how do I do it over here? Because this bit goes all the way across there, and then I'd have to extend this bit out to put a wooden trim around here, and the whole thing got away from me a little bit, and I kind of backtracked on what I was doing. So what I've done instead is I've gone for keeping the wooden edging to the panels, but have them equal in terms of their distance and height above the metal grille, and retaining the notion that the ceiling panels are a solid piece, like a solid frame, with the actual ceiling geometry attached to it. Like a factory-produced unit, essentially, that you just screw into place as needed. And then, of course, that's got a lighting panel in the middle. So the profile you end up with is something a bit like this. So this curve here is equal to this curve, and indeed these curves are equal also to this curve. So you end up with a sort of a groove either side of the central light, which of course will carry the LED strip. And I think just shape-wise, that works quite well. And it means I won't have to fuss with adding wooden trims to everything. Thank you for the birthday wish, Voorhees. And wow, Firstus, thank you very much. We shall have to buy Claire something lovely with that. Claire wants one of those wood burning laser cutter things So I think we should put it towards that for her. Then she can make Star Sim merch with it. So yes, after after ruminating on it somewhat and sort of trial and erroring some of the designs, this is the one I've kind of come back to over and over, and I think this is a design that's going to work. Height-wise, I've moved it up by about an inch or so. That should give us a floor clearance of, assuming that's the base, so that's plus carpet, you're looking at about 236 centimeters, which is about 7.5 feet, almost going on 8 feet. So it's a decent height for a ceiling anyway. So what I was going to do this evening is carry on working on this and just fleshing out some of these panels, but I thought it might be nice to mix it up again. So I'm going to do a poll, and then you guys can decide. If I can remember how to do a poll. Okay, here we go. Make your choice. I forgot to put bed on there. Oh. Perhaps we'll do that as well anyway. Would that be the royal we, Claire? Well, I think a working lift is absolutely crushing the results there. That's fairly unanimous. Since when did the Unreal Store have a capture? Just trying to sign into the Epic Store, but it's not going to let me, I think. Bear with me. Okay, so we can't sign into the marketplace, which means I can't actually buy anything. However, we will have a look. Is that it? Is that all I have? Okay, many beds. What do you think, Delta? Is that luxury enough? Looks a bit old. The one I'm actually going to build is going to be somewhat like the one in the Passengers movie, actually, with like a wooden shelf almost that the mattress is sitting on, with nice curvy edges and some light fixtures. Don't think we're going to find anything quite like that. I should put a sofa bed in there. I shall have a browse later and see what we can find. I can't get any right now because the login thing's broke, but I'll have a look later. Yes, Sanasi, I was just going to see if we could find a bed. But alas, the marketplace is broke, so either I'll build one or See if they fix it later. Right then. Lift. So what we need to do, I suppose, is probably copy the code from that one, give it some extra floors, get it moving first so we're going for the right decks, and then we'll start looking at adding some logic to it. Some glitching going on. It's probably going to need a restart, but unless I change the anti-aliasing, because that's always reset some stuff in the past. Anti-aliasing, where are you? Okay, it's not the anti-aliasing. Alright, I'll ignore that from now. Right, so deck by deck, we need to delete some of these temporary lifts because they're not needed anymore. I think that's all the temporary bits and bobs deleted. Right, so this is our simple 2-floor lift that literally just goes up and down. I believe this should be replicated. Yes, so that's server authoritative, so probably go ahead and use the same approach, although we do need to start tracking what floor this is on, because it's going to be on more than one floor. So let's go ahead and duplicate that one. So what we've got, we've got B, C, D, E, and F, so that's 5 floors. Ideally, we want to be using a common master main class for any kind of lift, regardless of how many floors it's going up and down. I might convert this one to that because it's going to have more functionality. I'm going to do some panels for it while I'm at it. So it'll have a call button and a display to show you which deck it's currently on. And yes, it's going to stop at F deck, because that's where the security desk will be. So essentially you've got a security desk on B deck at the top of the lift, and the same on F deck at the bottom of the lift. We could extend it down to G deck, maybe with a code, but we'll have to have a look at that one. And yeah, the lift will be powered by G deck. So what we'll do is we'll have magnetic rails, I expect. Initially, when it wasn't going to be quite so tall, I was just going to have just 2 pistons underneath. I've seen that in some shopping centres. It's literally just a giant hydraulic piston that pushes it up and down. But I think magnetic rails is probably the way to go here. Yeah, up and out won't quite work with this one. You'll end up in the bridge. Right, so we need our lift body, which would be this mesh here. Yeah, down and out might work. Hopefully this has a sensible origin point. Oh, no it doesn't. I have to re-export that with a better world origin. I think I will. Do I do a separate lighting panel? I think I will. For now, let's just get it exported. So we need... if we put the origin at the base, so grab that edge there. Make it perpendicular. You can see this miscellaneous folder getting rather huge at some point, but we'll run with it for now. Yeah, well, the lift car is a physical object, and the lift shaft is physical. So if you were able to open the door, then you would technically be able to get out and jump on top of it. Yeah, or at the very least, some kind of ladder in the shaft itself. So if maintenance required on, say, one of the gravity rails, or the mag rails rather, you can open the door and climb down the ladder to access it. Or use the top of the lift as a working platform, which would seem the sensible way of doing it. So we need everything in different folders now, just to confuse myself. Right, so this should have the correct world origin now. Which means it's no longer there. It's probably up there, yeah. Right, so that one can go. Right then, so we need the new one, which is where? Okay, so we don't need the glass bit, that can go. And I'll leave the doors for a sec. That's weird, that world origin doesn't look right. No, it's not. Just get a job. Why did it move it back over there? Sigh. Should be correct now. More like it. So because of the direction of the red axis, it is in fact pointing backwards. So I think rather than rotating it within Unreal, like what I'll do is I'll update the origin point just to face the other way. And the same here. I can see that causing grief in the future otherwise. Right, that's better. Right. Now the big question is how far away is that from the world origin? So we've got not a very round number. That's 861606. Height-wise, it should be -300, give us the floor alignment. So an inch out, yeah. Yeah, that extra inch is just the floor height for the carpet. Okay. So just to get some movement into it, let us go from floor to floor in a loop to begin with, and then we shall start to make it more intelligent from there. Right, so with the VIP lift, we are literally just moving along a timeline up and down. So instead of doing that, we need to give it some specific vectors based on the floor height. Okay, we'll use the relative location within the class, so we don't need to worry about where it is in the world. Okay. I think that is how it is going to be, Minor, because because B deck would be 0, so the actual lift car is at 000, which is the top floor. So C deck is going to be 00 minus 350, because the blueprint itself is an inch lower. that makes sense. Right, so let's make an array of floor locations. Just call it floors. So we want you to be an array. So it's B, C, D, E, and F. And we'll add G just for good measure. So B, 0. I've got minus 350, minus 700. Can't be bothered to work it out. Right, so B, C, D, E, F, G. Yeah, so moving the whole blueprint, if it was just the car that was moving, would be a good solution. Probably a cleaner solution because you're moving the whole actor, and that's probably better for collisions. However, I think what I'm going to do is make the doors on each deck part of this blueprint, so we're not having to search for the door on each deck. We'll hard code that actually into the blueprint itself. I think in the future, if we're making a generic lift class which can work in any scenario, then we are going to have to look for doors. But I think for this simple implementation, we'll just put the doors in the blueprint. I've forgotten what it was I say in the drinking game. Which phrase are you searching for? Right, so we also need... Find the right folder, lift system. Let's make an enum for the decks. Actually, no, we don't need to make an enum for the decks. We already have one. We'll repurpose that enum just to make life a bit easier. So if we default it to BDEC, and then so again, so to begin with, before we add any logic, we'll just make it go up and down and loop through the various floors. So we need to switch. We'll select on that. So BDEC is going to be 0. on, and so on, and so on. And we will leave off G for now, mainly because there isn't a door. I think rather than just having move lift up, I think we'll just have move lift. Yeah. Again, very simple to begin with, and then we shall expand as we add layers of functionality. Right, so we need this again. So if we're on F deck, then we want to go up, otherwise go down. Actually, no, I can think of a better way of doing that. So let's make an enum for movement direction. Could have used a boolean for this, but it's nice to use real language. So we're firing move lift every time we move. So we can do the logic for working out the movement direction there. I might turn that into a macro just to make it cleaner. So oh, actually, no, saying that, So we want to play from start each time, because all we want to do is move the timeline here, because we just want to manage the curve, which means we don't need to clamp that, because that's just our lerp. So this needs to be over here. Right, so we need a current deck and we need a destination deck. Which I pointlessly retyped. Let's macro this up. This gives me a plan. Get deck location, and that can spit out a vector. Deck location. You may as well add gdeck into there, because we won't actually be calling it anyway, so it doesn't matter. So that's just going to be deck. So all this macro is going to do is, depending on the deck that you feed into the macro, it's then going to retrieve one of the vectors in this array. And we know which one corresponds to which, so that's quite simple. And it just spits out the vector. So on here, our vector goes from our current deck and down to our destination deck. Tidy that up a bit. So we always play the timeline from the start, because all that's doing is giving us our curve. So it's providing the curve shape for lerping between these two vectors. So then we need to handle the door code. Hey Alfie, thanks for joining the stream. No, the lift has no logic as such yet. It's just working its way through whatever vectors you give it. So what we're going to do now is impose limits on where it goes after the current deck. So when we add a control panel, we'll be overriding that value and say, go to whatever deck has just been called, and then we'll add every call button that's pressed will add to an array, and it will work through that array item by item, and then remove that item from the array once it's reached that destination. So it's not going to be a particularly intelligent lift. It's just going to basically do a first come first serve on the call button. Right, so rather than that, we will do something more intelligent. Yeah, there are some pretty sophisticated lift algorithms out there, and there's that lift game where you can code your own lift logic, which I have tried, and it is quite a lot of fun. But I guess it depends how deeply down the rabbit hole you want to go. Okay, so after we've finished moving, the first thing we need to do is we set the current deck to be whatever the destination was. So we've gone from this vector to this vector, and that is now our current deck. And this is where we need to do some logic now. So if shall I do this as hang on, my brain's whirring a minute. Yeah, this is probably the best way of doing this. So if we're on B deck, we're going to start moving down. If we're on F deck, we'll start moving up. And we'll ignore G deck for now, it doesn't matter. And if we are on any other deck, then we will just use whatever value we're currently working with. So the net result here is that if it hits B deck, we switch the direction. If it hits If it hits F deck, we switch the direction. C, D, and E, we simply retain whatever movement direction we were working with. So that decides our movement direction. The next thing we need to decide is what our next deck is. So our destination deck is probably the same again, to be honest. So we'll use the movement direction. So and our current deck. I will of course optimize all of this. So I suppose I'm going to need, yeah, up and down options for each of these decks. This is starting to feel like not the most efficient way of doing it, but we shall persevere for a moment. Okay, so B deck is obviously going to go back down to C regardless, which means F deck is automatically going to go to E, which means we only really need to worry about a direction for these three. So if we're on the C deck and we're moving up, then the next deck would be B deck. If we're on C deck and moving down, then the next deck would be D deck. So that one would be C, that one would be E, and then that one would be D and F. So at this point we should never be on A deck or G deck. So this variable should never have either of these results, which is always a bad assumption to make in programming, but there we go. Yeah, I think I see what you're getting at there, CSI. So I had to read that 3 times then, just to get it in my head. Yeah. See, ultimately, when this is all polished and done properly, I want this to be a fix-all solution for any lift. So the ship's going to have obviously the main crew lift up the middle, the 2-deck lift in the VIP lounge. There's going to be a slightly, I think, 1 deck less, 2 decks less lift either side of C deck. So that's only going to go between three floors, or B, C, D, E. Yeah, just the 3 floors there. They've also got the cargo lifts, which will probably be either 2 or 3 decks. So it would be nice to have the same class used for all of those different scenarios. Yeah, so let's go with the clunky one and just give it a test. So after we've done all of this logic, we move the lift again. So just checking the flow here. So we're setting it for 1 second between each floor, so that's how long the timeline takes to complete. After a second, we move the lift. So we take our current deck and we'll default that to C. So by default, we go from B to C. We open the doors. Need to add some doors for that later. So after we've done this, we set our current deck to whatever the destination was. So this is now C deck. The movement direction needs to default to down. And it will keep going down, down, down until it hits F deck, in which case it's then going to set hang on. Yeah, we're going to set movement direction back to up. That handles those three. And then we move the lift to the new destination. Yes, that should work. So let's just give that a whirl a minute. And then we can laugh heartily as it all fails. Yeah, Miner, if we just set it for a number of decks and always start it at the top deck, that should work fine. Well, it's moving, so that's a good start. Oh. I forgot to add collisions. Just write it down instead. It's going to get painful when it hits the top. That seems to be working perfectly. Right, so let's add a light because it's very dark. That's too high. if I attach that to the lift, then that should move with it. And of course we also need to sort out those collisions. Should default to the nanite fallback mesh, which looks like that. So that should be our collision mesh, which doesn't look terrible. Let's give that another quick test a minute. All of the lift hardware is on GDEC. Like everything else, it's electrical, so it'll have an electrical feed underneath. Why am I green? Dare I run in? Oh, it's on its way up. Jeez. Good point. I'll have to add them as child actors. Yeah, when we do the demo updates, we're going to do a bug fixing pass on absolutely everything. So these guys need adding to the lift itself. There you go. Yeah, the reason that these decks have metal over them is because this all does. This was just blocking out the new layout. So what I'll do is I'll remove these intersections because it's all going to be copy pasted from these decks anyway. So I'll copy paste that down, and then this bit can go. I'll do that tonight, actually, so that it's on the next build. Right, so we need a door. I think for now, let's just use any old door. Although I could just use a cube. Yeah, so the internal lift door, which will fit in this cavity here, that is curved. The pivot point for which is going to be over here somewhere. So we need to rotate those around slightly because they're on a curve. So that's going to be nice and awkward. But at the same time, you'll have static doors on the corridor side. So essentially you've got two sets of doors, and both sets of doors need to open at the same time. Which means we need doors on every deck as part of the lift actor, at least for the initial implementation, before we get more clever about it. I think for yeah, so if we just make that the lift door. Yeah, the railing being higher is because I had to adjust the railing height to match the stairs. All of them will be raised up to meet this height. This is the height that it should be. It will also come out a little bit more as well. Basically, I just need to go and re-export all those meshes. Right, what door can we steal? You're in an awkward position. No, that's an actual door, we don't want that. So obviously this isn't the final door. This is just a test of the door. To mirror that one. Actually, that one's already mirrored. It's going to look silly, but it should work. Right, so the open distance needs to be, call it 65 for that one, and minus 65 for that one. Obviously on the real door that will curve, which means so open doors. Care about top or bottom anymore. We're not rotating them, we are shifting them along a vector. Yeah, just to reiterate, these are not the lift doors, they're just a door I'm testing with, as it's one that just happens to be similar to the size I need. Let's get rid of all of that. See if I can do this in a cleverer way. So they're both going to the same X and the same Z, and then we use the actual value there, and then we make it a negative for there. So it's going from that to that. Okay. And then doing the exact opposite of that to close them again. Okay, that should actually just work. Well done, DatKit. Your skill in DIY has increased by 1. Well. Did I not make them children of the lift? No, I didn't. Hang on, try again. My fault. Yay! Oh, I need to fix the material. It's using world aligned. I need to make sure that's aligned to the mesh. Okay, progress. Right, so the next thing we need then is the actual static deck doors. And I'm going to use the same mesh for this again, just for testing purposes. I need to make sure I export an actual proper door with the world origin in the right place. Right, so I need to kind of line this one up now. So it needs to be around about there. .7055, 31.7, 31.5, no, 6, yeah, that's about right. Okay, so that's the outer door. Then we just need to do the same for the other one. And I'm assuming we're looking at pretty much the same open distance. Yeah, it's always something stupid. Right, so we've got B deck left and B deck right. Now we need to take this all the way down. So you're going to be minus 350. Fortunately, all of the decks are the same distance apart, so that makes life a bit easier. Yeah, there should be a delay, and I'd like the delay to be random as well, so it's never quite in sync, just to give it that little bit of organicness. Yeah, this isn't a mechanical keyboard, it's just cheap. Okay, there's our door stack. Oh yeah, potentially. It probably doesn't help that my mic stand is also leaning against the monitor bracket as well. It's another example of me leaping without looking at something. I went ahead and bought like a 3-arm monitor mount. I thought, brilliant, I can just get rid of the monitor bases, mount them all nicely using the Visa screws. Lovely mount, 3 monitors. The mount arrives, I put it together, it's all lovely and sexy and black and shiny. And I go to put the monitor on it, and I realise the monitor doesn't actually have any Visa screws on the back. So it's currently just sat there, waiting until I get new monitors. Probably should have looked behind them before ordering it, really. Yeah, I desperately need a new keyboard. This keyboard was like $8.99 or something. It was like the cheapest thing I could find on Amazon that would light up. I think I'm the annual champion of the Silly Goose Award. Right, so we're going to do the same again, except this time we are going to... Hang on, at what point are we doing the doors? So we're doing the doors before we set... Yeah, so the destination... Yeah. Because the destination hasn't changed at this point, so it's the destination doors that we want to open. Evening, Ollie Nolly. Okay, it's a bit spaghetti-ish, but we shall tidy that up. Right, so all of these ones are minus 31.6. Oh, I jumped out my skin then. I saw what I thought was like a giant brown recluse running towards me on the desk, but it's actually a pigeon feather. I just lost one of my 9 lives. I dislike arachnids. There's a weird one. She'll pick him up. Like the biggest, nastiest, worst house spiders you can possibly imagine, and she'll just pick him up. Ah. I know what's happened there. So of course we're lerping these doors between two vectors, but the z-axis needs to correspond to the axis of the deck. Ugh. Which is going to require... Ooh, actually, hang on. Wait, my brain's doing something. Should work. It's just one of those things, Minor. It's like the fact that spiders are disgusting, hateful little creatures just makes you want to add them to the game. I don't hurt them though. I just usher them into a glass and chuck them out the window. Oop, here comes the lift. Exciting stuff. By Jove, it works. Okay, well, that all went disturbingly to plan. It's usually concerning when things just work first time. Okay, so that didn't take much. So the next thing we need is some buttons, really. So rather than having the lift automatically move, we need it to now wait. Yeah, I just need to re-export the template without those walls blocked in. I'm going to make the lift button right now. Which is where it gets interesting. Yeah, because there's going to be a lot of additional detail that's going to have to be added here. So it's going to need a power connection, which I won't do yet, but most of that should be copy paste, so it shouldn't take too long when I do it. So the first thing we need really is we need to track what decks have been called. So if we call this called decks, yeah, so we've got called decks, destination decks, Hey Devin, good to see you on the stream. Right, so the way we want this to work, again, because we're keeping it simple to begin with. So when you press the call button, it's basically going to add that deck to the list of called decks. If 5 people all press the button on each deck, then all 5 decks get added to the list. And then when the person goes into the lift and presses a destination deck, then obviously the same applies there. It starts building up a list of destination decks. Now the question, and this is where lift logic becomes a very deep rabbit hole, is how you prioritize where to go based on the content of these 2 arrays versus where the lift actually is. So I think, again, to keep it simple to begin with, we will prioritize destination. So if there is a destination, we will go to that destination. If that destination is also the same as a called deck, then we'll remove that from called decks at the same time, because we've been to that deck. If there are no destination decks, it will go to the next called deck in the array. And then, yeah, it will ping pong between these 2 arrays, but prioritize destinations. So it'll prioritize people getting to where they're going. What it won't do is stop on the way. So if it's going through a called deck, it won't stop. Although it could do. That's probably not too difficult to add, because if we run a current deck check every time the lift moves, but then we don't want it to stop at each deck if it's on its way somewhere. Yeah, and we'll strip out the decks as we go. Okay, yeah, I'll start simple with it, and then we can iterate from there. But first of all, we need a button. So we need a widget. So yeah, so we'll have 1 panel per deck. Yeah, it won't worry about direction, at least not at the moment. It sounds complicated, but it's actually quite straightforward, because all we're doing really is working through an array. That's it. When someone calls the lift, it needs to head to their floor, but not before it's dropped off people that it's dropping off. If you were to go and try and optimize the lift code, then you'd want it to, if it was passing a deck where people were waiting, it would stop and it would know that there were people waiting and let them on before continuing its journey. But that's where it gets complicated. If you've ever played the lift game, then you'll see what I mean. See if I can find it actually. Lift game. Oh, here it is. Elevator Saga, that's the one. So if anyone wants to have a try at lift challenges, then take a look at Elevator Saga. It's quite interesting, and you kind of have to look up the API a little bit because you need to work out what the various functions are that are supported. I couldn't get past level 2, so that's the challenge. See if you can beat level 2. So the other thing we can do, and to stop abuse, is when we add a deck to the array, we'll use add unique. So you can't add the same deck 10 times in a row. You can only add one instance of each deck. Yeah, that would probably work quite well, Sam. I'll do the basic version without the direction first, and then we can have a look at how we can fold direction into it. So we also need a widget for the lift itself. On the lift car itself. Ah, it's awesome, Aaron, thank you. I'm almost out of tea bags actually, so that can go towards my tea bag fund. I was going to put the panel here, but given that that's a curved wall, I might just stick it on this wall instead. It could have been a tea hint, although I do have a bit of Fanta left, so it's okay, not yet. Okay, widget blueprint, lift. Yeah, the buttons will be on a stand in the VIP lounge for sure. Do I want that one or do I want that one? I think I want that one. Right, so if we do 400 by 800, then should do the same with this. It's probably a bit on the large side. I'm adding the lift buttons. Big one. Yep, it's actually already working as well. I'm just adding the actual logic to it now. I'll show you now actually. Yeah, if you press the emergency button, it rings Claire's mobile. It's true, she will ignore it. She's as bad at answering her phone as I am at answering DMs, and that's saying something. Oh, I need a T button on my desk. If we wait a sec, it should be on its way up. Ooh, here it comes. Hoorah! And yeah, those doors need to move at different timings. We weren't actually planning to implement the lift anytime soon. It's just I fancy doing something a bit different for a change. That looks about right. So I've tried to use a standard world scale with absolutely everything, so that all the UIs are consistently sized. Where is the panel? Which, funnily enough, I don't think that is. Yeah, it's more like it. So, yeah, so those door panels are actually the wrong scale. Consistently across the ship, they should all be 0.05, which means that that scale there should be 0.05 across the board. It gives us a consistent scaling for any panel on the ship. Back. Yeah, the next planned update was sublight engines and all that sort of thing, but through, I guess, community feedback and just taking stock of where we are, it made more sense to bump that back to the next update and instead focus on adding some NPCs to the bridge and just generally get the bridge functionality polished a bit more. Why won't you move? Well, that's weird. I probably will add, at the very least, the actual consoles themselves, maybe with just a temporary screen, just like an Unos frame, something like that. Okay, left panel, why are you stuck? So that's 400 by 600. I think we had a bug there. Yeah, so I'd say the biggest thing since the demo is definitely all the Galaxy code and the beginnings of the life generation stuff. The Galaxy's been completely overhauled since the demo. I mean, we have 18 million stars that we didn't have in the demo. So that's something. And the actual star system code is a lot more refined now as well. Yeah, so on the right, as you enter the bridge, you'll have two engineering consoles, and on the left you'll have internal security on the far left, and then environmental control next to them. Can I now put that on there without it messing up? Yes, good. Right, so this is going to be really, really, really simple. I'll just do one button for each deck. Yeah, so at the front is the helm, at the back is the two command chairs. There is no predefined captain's chair, the captain can pick anyone. On the left you have the sensors closest to the back and the comms closest to the front. On the right hand side you've got tactical closest to the back, and then defenses closest to the front. Yeah, the departments that we have aboard the ship are roughly in line of real-world naval departments. So, like, you've got things like deck crew, who is where the pilots would come from. So the pilot of a ship would be in the deck crew. And what's the other one? I can never remember the name of the departments where you've got the chef and the cleaners and those guys. Yeah, so all those other ones are pretty much, like for like. Right, now comes the interesting bit. Right, so we need a function on here. Actually, we need two things here. We need a reference to the chart for the master, parent rather. Yeah, so we need, before we do anything else on here, let's whack a sequence in there. We need to get our lift panel and cast to WBP. Actually, no. Missed a step. Get widget. Cast to WBP lift panel. Right, then we need to set a variable on here. So parent BP and yeah, so rather than making it a generic actor, we'll just give it the actual actor to save having to cast to it. So that's BP lift master object reference. So that's a reference to the parent. And then we need to set that on here. So set parent blueprint, and that is a reference to self, because that's itself. So that's just telling the widgets which blueprint is its parent. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Oh, that needs compiling. There we go. Right, yes, that tells this where that is. So now we need an event on here. And this is going to be handle button press. Yes, polarization is being moved to the environmental controls. On the bridge, anyway. Hey Jim, good to see you on the stream again. So basically what we do is we pop that in there with the button ID, and for that we can just put a letter, that'll do. In fact, no, I'm not happy with just a letter, I want the whole thing. Need reference to the parent. That's what happens when you don't compile first. Right. So that's our button handling sorted. We now need to handle the replication of said button, because like an insane person, I decided to do it in multiplayer. So for that we need where's the interfaces? There we are. So we need this. So this goes out unreplicated, and it comes back having been replicated, because widgets don't replicate. So we have to go and do the replication and pass the button press back, so that it happens on everyone's UIs. Although what we actually want in this regard is a string update, because what we're going to do is after we press a deck, we need to update a string so that the UI reflects where we're actually going. So let's add that. This one a variable. We'll center this one. Do the same with this actually, just get it centered properly. Right, we'll stick that on there, and then we know exactly where we're going. And I've made that a variable so we can access it. And all we need to do here is set text. So that's the button presses, and this just updates the text on the display, and then we'll store that as a replicated variable on the parent. Because again, I'm trying to get into the habit of not performing any logic at all on widgets, doing it all on the parent BP. So we need no, we don't need a separate one for that. We simply need to make that. If we rep notify that, of course we need to make sure that we replicate the blueprint, okay, which it already is. Right, so whenever we update our destination, so whenever, where are we? Yeah, so whenever this one is updated, we fire this variable, or this function rather. So to save having to cast this every time, let's just promote that to a variable. Just to clean it up a bit. So this is lift panel. Okay, and then lift widget, and then we will do our string. This will just update the UI. And I shall get the destination deck. Enum to string. Pop that in there. So that should already be working. So I'm just going to quick test of that just to be sure. Just make sure that that's hooked up there. Yes, it is. Hey Tom, today I'm making the lift, the main crew lift. It is, it's quite moving. Oh look, I didn't make the thing bigger. Well, that's no good, is it? I think what I'll do, so we don't have to wait for it every single time. If we you know what? Let's actually do something with this. C D E and F. We don't want no default pin. Right, and I will remove that. We'll grab a copy of that. Can we do a select on that? No. Because that would be nice. Just thinking about the door. Of course, the door is going to automatically close, and it will not open until we go to a deck. How big did I make that? 400. Of course, a flaw in my plan is I can't get in there. Unless I cheat. Right, so if I press F deck, it should go straight down to F deck really, really quickly, because we're taking a second per movement. That should say F deck there. And we even click a that will work. Okay. Oh, that was interesting. course, it's just doing its auto movement now. Hi. Oh yeah, it did go back up. Good, good. So straight down to F. Then it's going to automatically start taking us up. Then we go up to B. Yeah, it's not liking that, is it? Why was the... Right, so there's a few bits of logic there. One is that we're not stopping the movement. So whenever we click a button, we need to immediately stop what we're doing on here. Actually, no, we don't. We need to stop this. So that needs to stop now. Right, and this needs to... Hey Fredishay, yeah, that's basically the width of the framework, so it cannot be any less than that. If we look on here, and I turn on framework, so you can see that's literally the width of the wall cavity. So the entrance to the lift has to be that big. It cannot physically be any less than that. Okay, so rather than moving the lift, what we need to do instead is we need a timer. So timer by function. That one. Once per second should suffice. Yeah, I definitely prefer the idea of moving the ship around the lift. It's how space works. So I was just thinking, if we have a lift tick just running in the background, then we can be checking things like the deck we're on versus the deck we need to be on, and then it can decide what to do with the logic. And then whilst the lift is moving, it can make sure that nothing happens. So we'll repurpose this. To start our lift tick here, and we can also roll the optimization code into here as well. So we measure distance to the player, and then we reduce the tick rate of the widget panels accordingly, so that they're not costing loads of performance. So if we take our destination decks, so if this is greater than 0, actually it's not empty, that's probably easier. So if our destination dex is not empty, do stuff. Think so if we set our destination deck here, so if it's not empty, then we will get the first item in the array, and then we'll remove said item from the array. However, let's make sure the lift's moving first. Actually, we should do that here instead after we finished moving. So get rid of our test logic there. So we need to remove our destination deck. And also from called decks as well. Want to remove the deck we're at from those two decks. I'll get ready for another shot. Actually, I want to do this instead. So it's the current deck that we want to get rid of. Well done. Okay, then we need to set it's moving, it's false. Because we be done moving. On here, we need to make sure that nothing is done whilst the lift is moving. So don't do any of that if the lift is moving. Okay, so if we're not moving the lift and destination decks is empty, and we're going to check to see if there's any called decks, and if there is, then we need to set the destination based on the called deck instead. If it's false, we do nothing. So if we're not moving, we've got no destinations and no called decks, then we just do nothing. So that's fine. And then if we are going somewhere, we do that. Okay. So that should handle the logic tick for the lift. You know what? Shot at the ready. It would make much more sense if I put that there. Don't need it there. It's an interesting question, actually, Dak. Yeah, if there are no programmed destinations, do we want the lift to stay where it is, or do we want it to go to a specific place every time? So, you know, do we want the lift to always be on B deck, or just stay put? So instead of those, we need to add to here instead. Destination decks. So if we use add unique rather than just add, that means that you can't have the same deck more than once in the queue, which I'm pretty sure is the behavior we want. Right, so pressing the button gives us our deck queue, and then the lift tick is checking that queue to see whether there's anything in it, and if there is, it goes there. So that's all good. And this tick's occurring on the actor itself, so it automatically has authority for replication. So we don't need to worry about the replication side of it. Okay, so alongside these, we also need the call button. Ooh, yeah, when we move the lift, we need to add up. Oh, okay, so here's some... Right, this is going to be interesting. We need to work out how far we're moving, and to do that we need this. So if we take we have the difference between these, don't we? So actually, we only care about the Z height, so it's probably better actually just to do distance 2D. So distance 2D. No, just distance. So the maximum distance then is going to be 1750. That's actually millimeters. So that's going to be 1 second. Then we need, so 1 divided by 350. That doesn't sound right. 350 times 0.003. Oh no, that is right. So that's 1 second. Which means 1750 times 0.003 is 5 seconds to go down 5 decks. do it times 0.0028. A bit quick. Now that works. So if I take the vector distance between the two decks and I multiply that by 0.003, that's approximately 1 second per deck. And then what I can do is I can set that here as the play rate. Okay, and then we have to put this here. So what we're doing is we are making sure that the lift, when it's moving at a consistent speed. So it'll always take the same time deck by deck, regardless of how far it's going. Yeah, Sam, sorry if there's a delay there. Yeah, this works just as well. Measure the vector, make it into seconds, job's a good one. Right, so I'm going to give that a quick test. So the doors aren't going to open still, so I'll ghost through them. And then the final piece of the puzzle is the call button on each deck. And once we have that, we should be good to go. That should literally be every piece of functionality covered at a basic level. And if I hurry up, that's the lift start to finish in under an hour. Under 3 hours, sorry. Albeit with weird doors and wrong textures. Okay, so if we go straight down to F deck then. Alright, it's still whizzing down, so that's no good. But it is staying here, so that's good. Okay, up to B deck. Again, it's staying, so that's good. Oh, hang on a minute. I think I've messed up the math there a bit, because yeah, the speed's messed up, definitely. But the works. Ooh, let's try a test. So if we go F, B, D, C, E, does it do the Q? Yep. actually worked. Okay, so our destination queue is working. Right, I think that was probably redundant. Although the play rate, so 2 would be double. Yeah, so a play rate of 1 would be 1 second. 0.5 would be 2 seconds. No, that should be right. And then 1 divided by that value should be less than 1, thus slowing the lift down. If you call the floor you're on, it should just go nowhere and then open the doors. Yeah, I will do exactly that, Dak. Let's just get the B deck button working a sec. So B deck panel. Lift panel B deck. Going to have to make one of these for each deck. Actually, no, we don't need one for each deck, do we? We just need a cool lift button. Yeah, then we need to know where the lift is, don't we? The door code that we have has trigger boxes, and it checks for any pawn standing in the doorway. So if there's a pawn overlapping the trigger box, then it refuses to close the door. And in fact, if the door is closing and a pawn overlaps the box as it's closing, it will actually reopen as well, to stop people getting their noses jammed if they're running towards a closing door. They're not there, but we do actually have cookies. When I do the next test, you will see cookies. Right, you need to be 250 by 200 maybe, 100 maybe, 150 maybe. It certainly does first us. Scarily so. I'll stick that on there so you can see where the lift actually is. Although, because of the logic we're using, that's not particularly helpful because it could be going anywhere. Now here's an interesting conundrum. Oh no, I've solved it. So we need to know which button's being pressed, but if we just give it literally a variable called deck. Actually, make more sense to call that button ID. Right, and we stick that in there instead. Then that means we can set button ID on the lift blueprint, which means we can reuse this same widget over and over for each deck without having to make separate ones. Nice and simple, not a lot going on with this one. Right, so we still need to set up this. And we need to do this for every single one of these. So, B deck panel, cast to core button. What on earth did I call it? So we're setting two things on this one then. So also setting the button ID to allow us to reuse that widget. Make a bit of space for the ever-increasing spaghetti. Let's replace these variables afterwards. So B, C, D, E, and F. Yep, that's a good idea. Obviously, we'll need to extract more from the logic to be able to do that, but we can certainly do that. There's all our call buttons, and now we just need to actually make the widgets. BDEC panel, which is call button. And how big were you? You are 250 by 160. Just to make sure we get our scaling correct. And that should be 0.05 across the board. Which means we should now be able to see it in the world. There it is down there. Normally I'd use multiple screens for this, but as I'm on stream I shall use squidged windows. Naturally, that's going to get a much nicer panel in the future. It. Right, then for the other floors, all we need to do is just duplicate this and then copy it down. So that's same location and then minus 350. That's the CDEC one. Same again, minus 350. There be the panels. Thanks, Jack. I'll check that out. Debating then whether I actually need all of these stored as a variable, but I do because I need to update them with the lift's movement, which means we need to send a blueprint interface message over. So that's the variable set, setting a reference to ourself. We're telling it what button ID to use, which means that when we press the button, here's where additional magic happens. So if we duplicate that and replace that with that, then all we need to do is stick call after these, and we should be good to go. Hopefully, if you're already on the deck, then it should just open the door, because it will basically lerp from 0 to 0 and then open the door. Let's give it a whirl and see. Oh, that's cool, Alfie. Was that in the common room? Yeah, nice. Okay, moment of truth. Does the door open? The hell was that? Is it you? Okay, the door doesn't open on that deck. Does it open on this deck? No. So that begs the question, is the button even working at all? Hang on, let's just do some sanity checks. So we press the button, send our button ID. By default is that, except we're telling it to be that. Should match that. Okay, we're definitely adding it to the decks. I wonder if this is somehow flagging as not being empty. Let's add some spam and see. I'll just test with 2 decks just to see what's going on. Right, so that should definitely tell us if the button's being pressed and whether or not this button ID is being recognized. I suppose just for completeness sake, we've got to spam that just to make sure we're getting the right ID being sent through. Oh, we know what it could be though. Oh, I think you're onto something there, Fred. That boolean that the lift is moving might be true by default, in which case nothing will happen. It knows we're pressing B deck, and it knows we're pressing C deck. So yeah, I think it's exactly that. Let's just confirm. No, it's not that. That was a great idea though. Right, let's work out what's going on. Interestingly, it was firing this though, which means it was trying to move. Do lots of the debug spam. Lift is moving. Lift is stationary. Destinations found. Called decks found. No destinations or called decks found. Now that should be the default. So that should default to false. And that should default to that one. So let's have a look. That's an interesting point you've got there, Sam. Yeah. Sounds good, Alfie. That is indeed what the internet was made for. Right, so when we press this then, do we get a destination? Or called? Yes, we do. Okay, so pressing B deck first broke it then. So it should take us, or it should say 0.5 for the speed. Okay, so it's not slowing it down by enough. Well, actually, no. No, that is right. Yeah, I think that's needed. Let's give it a try and see if it breaks it again. So call lift. Of course, time is 0. So is that now broken? Yes. Okay, so, oh, I see. So basically, it's flagging that the lift is moving. And what we're doing is we are setting the play rate of the timeline to 0, which means it never completes. Because obviously we're on the deck, so that equals 0. And then 0 times 0.003 is still 0, and 1 divided by 0 is 0. So, yeah. So the play rate is 0, and therefore will not complete. Yeah, so we need another additional check where we skip that and instead go straight to open doors, which is running on the server, so that's fine. Let's do another event though, because we need to make sure that we do the clear logic. Yeah. So if we do custom event force doors open, running on the server, so then we can bypass the actual movement part, just go straight to the doors. I don't know about building your own robot. It's an interesting idea. It's certainly not something we have planned. I mean, customizing the ones that are there, certainly. Okay, so with both of these, oh yeah, there's an easier way of doing this, isn't there? So we can do it here. So rather than going through any of this rigmarole, because we've already set our destination deck, so when we go to move the lift, we can simply do if that is that, if it's false, move the lift, if it's true, then force the doors. It should be that simple. Let's see. Okay, moment of truth. Call lift. Hurrah! Ooh. Well. Amazing. Well. I think I know what's happening there. So what we want to do is stop this from being called, because this is still ticking. So we kind of need that check here. In fact, both of these can go into this. So we're setting our destination deck, but if that's already the current deck, force the doors, otherwise move the lift. That is better logic. Yeah, that should fix it. Oh, we definitely need things like this as a failure state. Absolutely. B-deck lift doors are on the fritz again. Okay. Go. Oh, wait, no, hang on. No, I know what's happening. Right, this is still ticking. So because this is ticking, it's firing force the doors open once per second. So yeah, because basically this is all happening once per second. So once per second, this is true. So it's continually trying to force the doors open. Up until the point that the door cycle has finished, because we don't remove our destination until the door cycle has finished. So what? Oh, we'll just set this to true, that'll do it. So that's going to be true regardless of what happens here. So if we set this to true at this point, because we're literally going to go somewhere regardless after this, so we are always going to move something if we get to this point. So if we do that check there and not bother doing it there, that means that this is going to be true, which means it's not going to try and keep opening the doors. Gotta love logic problems. Actually, I think solving logic problems is both my favorite and least favorite thing at the same time. Yeah, I save on every compile. Right then. Excellent. So it's setting the play rate to 0.95. Now, I always assumed that that was 0.95 of a second. But that's clearly not what it's doing. I mean, the track length is set to 1 second. Just bypass that. Now I'm fully expecting it to go quicker. Yeah, so that's like 4 times as quick. Yes, this logic can be added to the VIP lift. I just need to copy out this particular blueprint and remove the other decks from it. Right, so that's definitely the right way to go. But I'm wondering whether we maybe just slow that down a bit more. Perhaps 1 second per deck was just too fast. Sorry, Rumba. Oh, that's interesting. The number's gone up. Wait a minute, is that... Let's see what the distance is. So, right. Okay, so that's our measurement in centimeters. Yeah, in centimeters. That's our reduced value. So we worked out that 0.3 should be 0.003 should be roughly 1 second per deck. And then we've got our actual right there. Yeah, I'm just wondering whether the vector measurement's producing a negative value, which would mess up the math. I think that's probably what's happening. Okay, so 350 centimeters, which is what it should be. So the measurement is correct. It should take 1 second, which is what it is taking. So it's 1 second between the decks. Right, and then it should take pretty much 5 seconds to get to F deck. Which it does. Okay. See, it feels like it just sped up then. Yeah, I think that's a perception thing. So if I halve the speed, it should now be 2 seconds per deck. And let's add some dividers in here so we don't get lost. Yep, doors can stay open longer very easily, just like that. Yeah, I think you're right there, Sam. Obviously, with the curve reaching its maximum speed in the middle, yeah, it's having to compress that between just a single deck. Okay. So that doesn't need to happen. That can actually just go straight in there. Yeah, on a timeline, so double the speed would be 2, and half the speed would be no, other way around. Got myself confused now. Let's just see whether this is faster or slower. Yeah, so 0.5 should be 2 seconds. So 1, 2, yeah. Yeah, so a value of 1 would be 1 second. 0.5 would be 2 seconds, because you're slowing down the timeline by half. So this... which is weird, because... between the two decks, that's the perfect speed. Oh, I see what's happening. So it's taking... Storm Run Gaming, yeah. If you set the success radius to, say, like a meter or something, that should solve it. If the success radius is too low, then the NPC will never get to the location, especially if it's 0. So the issue we have is, if we're dealing with 1400 centimeters, and we're timesing that by 0.0015, of course the value we're getting is 2.1, which is greater than 1, which means we're taking half a second to go from B deck down to F deck. If we were to divide that, then that would be that'd be 2 seconds. Sam, yeah, I think you're right. So if we did 1400 divided by 350, that would tell us that we're going down 4 decks. And then we would do 1 divided by 4, which means that would slow the lift down to 25%. So that would be... what would that be? That would be 4 seconds. Yeah. That's right, actually. So what we would do is so that value divided by the distance between each floor, which tells us how many floors we're moving. And then if we do 1 divided by 1, hang on, because that's going to be 0 for... I don't know, wouldn't be 1, wouldn't it? Oh, that's right, so it'll be 1 second. So So if we did 0.5, which would be 2 seconds per floor. Yeah, the you can't multiply by a second because you have to halve it because of the play rate of the timeline. I think what Sam's pointed out there will work though. We'll just keep dividing until we get down to 0. Okay, so this should be 350 divided by 350, which is 1, and then 0.5 divided by 1, which is 0.5, and then 1 times 0.5 is 0.5, which means our timeline should take twice as long because it's 0.5, which means it should now take 2 seconds to get to C deck. 1, 2. There we go. Okay. And then 2 seconds back up to B deck. 1, 2. It should now take us 8 seconds to get to F deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Perfect. Nailed it. Okay, well that only took an hour of confusion. Team Math, go! Yeah, the confusing thing with the timelines is that to slow them down, you have to halve the value. And the reason I set the timeline to exactly a second in the first place is because it makes it easier to modify. So obviously divide it by 5 to slow it down by half, etc, etc, etc. Teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah, so to control this in terms of tweaking the speed, 1 divided by all of this would be 1 second per floor. 0.5 is 2 seconds per floor. 0.25 would be 4 seconds per floor, and so on. 2 would be half a second per floor. Because essentially it's the play rate multiplied by this value. That's why timelines are confusing. Okay, so I reckon that is it done. I mean, done in terms of the simplest implementation. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we can tweak that. Now that it works, it's all a case of just tweaking how it feels and seeing how long you actually have to wait for a lift. You're welcome first. It's always a pleasure. Yeah, I'm not touching it now, it works. What I just wanted to check is Inca, that's a good question. See, I would say lift because I'm from the UK, and in the UK we use the word lift. Yeah, we don't ever really use elevator. Maybe we might say a cargo elevator rather than a cargo lift, but then no, I think we just say cargo lift. It's one of those Atlantic divide things. It certainly was a turbo lift earlier. Right, so let's see how painful it is to wait. So we press call. We then twiddle our thumbs. Oh, that's not too bad. I reckon that's fine, actually. Check that. Yeah, you're right, actually, it didn't update, did it? I wonder if it updates if we actually use the lift. I can tell you exactly why that's not working. It's not working because I didn't write any of the code to make it work. Because on here, we're only updating the one widget. So we would have to go down here, and this is the very reason I made all of these variables in the first place. Yeah, so I want current deck, don't I? So pop current deck into there, and that should solve that little lack of a thing. Really? You want one per thing? That's not annoying at all. Fear not, I will tidy this up at some point. Don't worry, I'd rather get it fixed, because I'm going to put a build out after I've had a shower. So I'd rather it be working. Oh, that was an easy bug though. The bug was that I hadn't written the code yet. Right. So that should only go to C deck once it's stopped. Huh. Interesting. Is that just a first use thing? Right. I need to make this a rep notify. And then I need to pop all this on here. I'm actually having to lean around a pigeon to press the buttons. Because believe it or not, I currently have a pigeon perched on my monitor. I can't tell which one it is from behind, but there's two of them. One's called Errol, the other one's called Pigwidgeon. Right, here we go. Oh. Curse you. Although, it did update when the doors closed. Oh. That's just simply because current deck is not being updated until we do the doors. So if we just move that over yonder, feathers in my face. Stop flapping! This is extreme game dev. coding whilst a pigeon is literally flapping in your face. It's Claire's fault. She came in with a bowl of peas to feed them. This time, it should say C deck before the doors open. Ah, okay. I reckon we got it. There we go. Okay, I now have a pigeon on my head. It's literally perched on my headphones.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, I think that is a good time to end the stream. One, because there's a hurricane of pigeons swirling around me. And two, because the lift is fully working. Hurrah! Yeah, working lift. It's basic, but it does manage a destination queue, it manages a call queue, it goes up and down properly, the doors open, and all the UIs update, and now there's a pigeon on my microphone as well. Apologies for the flapping. There are now 2 pigeons on my microphone stand. Right, on that note, thanks for watching everyone. I'm going to go and clear these pigeons off my desk and then go and have a shower.
Bye.
You can blame Claire for this. This was all her fault. If she hadn't,
Not me.
If you hadn't come in and fed them peas.
Pigeons. All about the pigeons.
Jesus Christ, they're everywhere.
Bye, Tom.
Right. Cheerio, everyone. Have a good one, and I shall see you on Sunday's stream. And the pigeons say goodbye as well. Bye for now.
Thank you.